Okay. I don't know whether this music is too loud. If it is, I can turn it down. Probably is. We'll see. Seems like it probably is as far as the levels go too. I'll just drop the levels down to where they're more tolerable. So, let's see. This is like, yeah, it's supposed to be a example tile or whatever. See what that sounds like, I guess. Yeah, pretty much got the gain up as far as it can go. Stuff that over there. I don't know if I can get the audio stream from that. Anyway. Okay. So, what I'm working on primarily is that's script. I'm working on trying to make these snake panel blocks distinct. Much like this, they definitely are. The dots would need to be shifted up one, I guess, but put a broken outline overlay on them, but it would have to be a little different than the one that exists. And all these different outlines and stuff are making me just think about doing this a different way. Let's see, I'll just put it over top of the other one. That's the problem, is this needs to be like something that's pretty obvious, overlaid over the tile. I'm gonna pull that into a sprite and do it here. Well, I guess I already have it in a sprite. There's a bunch of different ways I could do this. But looking specifically at if I'm putting this symbol on the panel, for example. Then it very much feels like this needs to have something on it that's clearly like, I don't think I can do that. I don't think that's reasonable. But I think I can do that kind of thing. That requires like doing this, I feel like. Something to indicate a difference. Is like making this go very slow. Hello, PX, Justy989. How are you doing? I do not know why this is going slow. Could just be the program, but short of doing like this and cramping these guys in more, which I guess is possible. It's not out of the question to do that. Other panels, I tried to make the thing big enough. Oh, my poor limited pixels. Surprising how dim that looks for being white. There's something about it that makes it look dim, like it looks like it's this color. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, like, what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to come up with something that will work for these panels that doesn't look like this. Because, at least the current idea, although I've floated not doing it this way, but I think it's probably better to do it this way. The current idea is that you have these panels that look like this, and then you can click on them to toggle tiles, and then you have these other panels where you have to draw like a line right across the panel and walk on them, and you can't click on them. So as far as making them look different, this is pretty much problem solved here, right? But the issue here is I also need to have ones that you can start on, ones that you can't, and the question then becomes sort of there's some minor bugginess with my it looked like it anyway with my shader. It might have just been not actually, it might have been shrunk down or something. It should be fine. I think it's something with like the middle pixel. Interesting it is. Wonder why that is. Wonder why the middle pixel is like messed up. It's not messed up if I zoom this view in, so it must be the view. Anywho, so I need to have like a start tile that's obviously different. Now that could just be a simple matter of doing something like making one that looks less like a button, as more like a flat tile, and one that's obviously a button. Like that would work as well, to just do that kind of thing. Let me turn the grid off. So that could certainly be done, of just making them look kind of flatter. But I can't put a square on it like I would on the other ones, because on the other ones it's like I would just put this kind of square, and that would be the start one, right? And then the square would light up when you stepped on that tile versus the other ones. But I can't do that because then it begs the question of why you can't click it. I could do this, like you see here, this broken square type thing. I could do that kind of setup, and that would be fine, but yeah, again, the thing becomes, at that point, how I deal with the size limitations. Because, like, I'm fine with using the broken square as like a motif that says that you can or can't click it. Like, it has to be like a solid square for you to click it. And because it's not solid, you can't click it or something. I'm fine with that. But, yeah, like I said, it sort of becomes a question of what exactly I do. So I can do that, but then if I put this in the middle, it's kind of right abutting that, and it looks weird because it doesn't have a border. I really need these in their own document so that I'm not like accidentally screwing up everything. Put them in something else. Yeah, that's fine. Put them in there like that. And I can do this. You can see what that looks like. The camera inertia is, it's not exponential, it's a logarithm. I don't know whether it would induce nausea or not, because it doesn't overshoot. And usually that's the kind of thing, the going back and forth. But I suppose, like, maybe this is uncomfortable to people too, I have no idea. But I really haven't thought about it too much. It was just kind of the quickest thing I could throw in. Turn off grid. I could just do like that, where the thing's raised up that way. But it just seems kind of weird in a way. But yeah, I think it's logarithmic, because basically what I do is I do at each time step, I kind of take the distance of the camera from where it should be, and I just move it by that distance, divided by, like, I don't know, 20 or something. So each frame, it's like the distance gets a little smaller, and so the distance that I move gets a little smaller and a little smaller and a little smaller. So I don't really need Photoshop open right now. Just I'm not sure what to do with these guys. Tricky. Like, it's not so much the issue that I don't like the look of those tiles. They're okay. It's just a kind of whatever I do has to satisfy a few different constraints, and that's frustrating. Let's see. I don't know. It's kind of a mess what I'm looking at here, but there is a lot of kind of experimentation that does need to happen. Really here, Let's see. Really here I just need... I need to figure out for sure what one tile is going to be. And we can figure out what the other one's going to be. Okay, so this is not exactly perfect. Let's try moving that down to where it's like aligned with the center of the other one. I don't know, I kind of like it like sticking up though. To where they're not perfectly aligned in the center, but I don't know. Let's try both. 'Cause I always have to try everything. See what I think. So we'll move this one down. Yeah, I don't necessarily see how I can make it to where it's clear where you start. So I'm just trying things. Works fine for those, but not so great for these. So, let's see. Let me just draft up like the constraints. The constraints are needs to look different than click puzzle tiles. Needs to be able to have clear start level tiles. Needs to have symbols be legible on tiles. It's one of those situations where having more pixels to work with would be nice. Damn it. It's not easy. Like, I don't necessarily want to make the tiles bigger, but I could. I don't know why, like... I probably need to turn off, like... disable arrow or something. Some way to do that here. I'm gonna try disabling arrow and see what happens. Oh, well, that did it then. I don't know why it took so long to do that. But I was gonna say, it just seemed like the desktop compositing was being weird. But yeah, it has to be obvious, like, that on this panel, like, you can only start on this tile, and you can't start on other tiles. Excuse me. Because otherwise you're going to go around and try to start on all the tiles, and it's just not clear which one's startable. I think I'm just going to have to go with the, like, it's kind of got that divot to it versus its flat thing. But that was kind of the first thing I tried. It just seems like the best thing. That doesn't leave an opening for an optional constraint here, which is needs to also be clickable, because I could potentially, if I'm opening that possibility up, I could still have a tile that's got like this on it, and then you could click that and toggle it on or off, right? I think basically the other tiles right now look like this. Maybe not that big. I think they're like this big. So like the toggling looks like that. It doesn't have to be. It's not a thing that has to exist in the game, but it might be worth looking at. And when I have really small tiles, it's not exactly possible. Yeah, I like this song. Of course I like this song, but yeah. Anyway, so these guys need to be clearly like grid tiles when I tile them, and they're not. Like they are one way, but Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I am doing pretty good. I think, anyway. Ah, these rounded things look kind of gross. Ugh, calling. I'm getting a million phone calls. Alright, so there's a few colors to work with. I feel like I'm just gonna have to go with something that looks like this. Let's see, what is that? It's called Puzzle Tile Inactive. So I really need different pins for these. Like I need one that is a ping that's like puzzle tile, snake, unstartable, and this one would be the startable one. So I should be able to do that. So the fact that I have all these tiles makes me think I should just pack them into some kind of sprite atlas instead of having like a million things here that are like startable, unstartable, whatever. Instead they should be a sprite that's split up into sub-sprites. Like that, or whatever. But I guess we'll deal with that later. I also wish I could set a default import type. I mean, maybe there's a way to do it, but if there is, I don't know what it is. Extrude edges. Alright. I don't know what that means. Why would you want to do that? Okay. I see. So currently I think all that stuff's in here, basically. Or maybe it's in the puzzle panel tile. I think it's in the prefab for the thing. Maybe. Maybe not. Because ideally I should have all of these sprites and everything gets kind of stored. Then I should be able to generate all the tiles that I might want based on the sprites that I have stored. Just a question of where I have that stuff. I think it might be in here. Because I have like all these prefabs that I probably don't need. And then I've got like a sprite here, and I feel like I should have, rather than that, I should have like an array of sprites. Instead of a bunch of different things. But maybe that doesn't matter too much, so. Oh, I need to close all these out, because these are for before I moved this. I moved the project, so. But yeah, I have this sprite here. I have like clickable lit square sprite. And I feel like I should have like a different sprite. But I don't know. I'm just going to do it this way for now. Sprite. Misspelled sprite. So that's going to be snake startable tile sprite. And then that's going to be unstartable tile. So then I'll just have these sprites in the puzzle panel object. So I should just be able to put those in there now. I have no idea from like a memory standpoint what this does or anything, or what's the best way to do it, but this is the easiest thing that I can think of to do, so I'm just going to do it this way. So I'll have two sprites.
This is really nice.
And then I should be able to set them depending on whether it's startable. Which I actually don't have a concept of startable right now. So I need to kind of set that, I think. Because I basically do locked or unlocked. And locked is sort of means you can't toggle it. I sort of had set that as for the snake panels that it was the same thing, but it maybe doesn't need to be. So for example, for this one, I've got like all the other tiles are locked, so you can't start on them. But then there's also this concept of whether a tile was elevated, but that's really not necessary. But that was my initial way of thinking about how to demonstrate whether or not you could start at a certain tile, was whether or not it was elevated. And you just go walk and it would depress when you stood on it. The issue there, though, is really just that if I do that, then it makes it to where you have to like start from the edge. Anyway, so right now I should use this sprite, or these sprites that I'm setting. This is kind of a mess, but right now I'm turning that off if it's a snake panel. And I should be able to set the sprite like I did here. So that would be snake startable tile sprite. And we'll go. This would be the easiest way to do it. If lock tiles. I don't know how lock tiles works. Okay, it's a one-dimensional one. X plus width times y is equal to true. So if it's locked, then we set it to this tile instead, basically. So that should theoretically work, at least as far as differentiating them visually. So that now there's one here that's raised up, right? Now it looks weird that they raise up this way, but I don't know. So I at least have the technical capability to do the thing that I need to do, even if I'm not sure that this is the way that I want to do it. Feels like what it really feels like it should be, to me, is it feels like they should be slightly raised up and then kind of divot down slightly in terms of their elevation when you step on them, rather than actually being different sprites even. So that's going to be somewhat more difficult to do, I have my elevation stuff is a little different. It's maybe not impossible. I probably can just do it from within the tile. See, because I have stood on, I have set Z offset, so let me try this. Set Z offset. Z offset. Well, I don't know what it is, but we're gonna try like just setting it to something just to see, because that might work. Hopefully I'm audible over the music, but yeah, it seems like a very small offset. Like if it's actually doing anything, it's very hard to tell. So I have the 3D view, so I can see, is it actually even doing anything? I'm gonna try setting it to -1, because they may already be at like 1. I'm just gonna see what these things do if I do this stuff, right? It doesn't seem like it actually is doing that. Which is kind of annoying. need to like not update that, I guess. Because I'm not exactly sure why it's not even doing anything. Other than I know that the set Z offset stuff happens here. So I'm going to try doing that and see what happens if I stop setting that. Doesn't feel like... Maybe I don't need to raise them up, because that doesn't look terrible. I don't know. I wonder about that. I wonder about that. Because this... Let's see if I set one of these guys on here. I can do that, but then it's like not centered, which is strange. That's not what I need. Oops. Just like an exorbitant amount of experimentation required. frustrating. Okay, so anyway, let's see if there's anything else that's like setting Z offset. Looks like it's literally those two that set it. So then I should be able to do this. Let's see, what does this set it to? 0.25. So feel like let's see. I feel like I'm doing this elevating of tiles thing. Let's just try not elevating them that way and instead elevate them this way, where it's like if they're down, then we set that to that, and then like lock tiles, then we light up the outline basically. So basically that was what I was doing here, to set it lower. So there's just like 0.1. If they're solved, it's 0.25. Not a lock tile, we want to raise it up. The player's standing on it. So basically, like, what I want to do is this. If not lock tiles, x plus width times y, then we want to raise it up. Else we want it to be lower, basically. Players standing on it, then we want that, and if like the current state is 1, then we want 0. Okay, so I'm going to see what that looks like if I put this up here. If I do that, theoretically, that should work the way that I'm thinking it will, which is where these guys won't respond, but that one will step down when I press on it, and then it should lower. Anyway, I think that I also need to do this. Up at all unless it's stood on. Yeah, so that shouldn't raise up. Lit, we set it to 0. If it's stood on, if it's stood on and it's not lit, basically. Lit, then we want to go all the way down like that. Okay, so now let's try not setting that to have a different sprite. just use the unstartable tile for all of them and see what that looks like. I think it also probably needs to be lit up slightly. The way I do with the elevated tiles. So we'll do this, we'll say if it is not a locked tile, that's why. And yeah, this is all gonna have to get cleaned up because it is a mess. But I'm not really sure where to begin. I'm not sure where to begin with cleaning it up. But yeah, I feel like it should be raised like that. Feel like that's not quite right. I feel like it needs to stay raised if it's a start tile. It is nothing. Hush. idea whether or not we're still listening to the soundtrack or if it's switched over to something else. It has. That's fine, I'll just... yeah. Just update the thing here. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so I feel like this is pretty close to what I would want. Why is this making this grinding noise here? Must be some sand or something on my desk. Whatever. So also totally gonna have to fix all that to where this is all state-based and based on a color table or something. That's not bad, but I do feel like perhaps it should be like this. Ugh. This is why I hate Photoshop. Should be white anyway, not gray. I'm gonna open it up in here and just, I didn't want to have to bother digging through everything. Let's see, where is that? Right here. So that should be white. And then the other thing that is this should also be, should just be a totally white panel tile. So that should look more like that. I think I'm also just going to try it like this, where there's no bottom part. I thought that was supposed to like, I guess it just must not when the thing's on. Change the texture that's on the edge of those as well to be darker. So that would be tile edge here. So I can make that, instead of being light like it is, I can make it be dark. Just be a solid color, like black or something. That looks actually really cool, the way that drops those all down. All of this code here is such a fucking mess. With all these different colors and offsets and stuff for snake panels and stuff for not snake panels and okay, so really kind of what I would want it to do is I do want it to light up elevated tiles. I don't know what this is gonna do, but okay, so it's not lighting them up at all. They're not locked, just the player's standing on them. So I need basically just to split all this out into two things. So I need one that's like if panel type is equal to panel types dot snake, and then I can do all my snake stuff, which just has to do with whether they're elevated, all these kind of things. So that way I can be like, if they're elevated, do this. If they're locked, do that. If they're not locked, do this. Solved, do that. If it's not solved, do this. That way I just don't have as much random broken stuff around. Okay, so indent this. Because if it's not solved, what in the heck is going on? It's not solved. I don't really care about collidable for these guys. I just care about whether it's lit or unlit, and whether it's elevated. It's elevated. If it's elevated, I want to line them up. If it's lit, I want it to be depressed all the way. And if it's unlit, I want it to be raised up a certain amount, which would be about 0.25, or down if it's locked, I guess. Wait. I really only care if it depresses, if... Okay, so... Let's see. There's so many things I care about or don't care about. So, if it's not locked, or rather if it is locked, let's say that, versus not locked, I want one of the starting tile to be slightly elevated. So, I'm not sure I care about that yet. I do know that I care about, if it's not locked, setting it to where it's highlit slightly. Like the elevated tile. So I know I care about that. But if it's not locked, I want to do that. Otherwise, I guess I want it to be that. I definitely feel like these need to be set to that color. If it's solved, then we want it to be black, or we want it to be white. Basically it. So this is going to be panel type is equal to panel types dot freeform. Necessarily. So we're gonna, what is going on? Too many of these things. we're just going to see what that does. Symbol else. Oh. What? It's solved. If it's not solved. If tile is unlit. Oh, okay. So that should be fine now. Cannot convert to bool. Okay. Alright. So that should give me separate logic for the two types of panels. Which is what I want. So now, those panels should be totally separate from these. Shouldn't care about elevated tiles, shouldn't care about Z offsets for these ones. Do care a little bit about clickable, but that's about it. But even that, I might not care about later. State is 0. I don't really care about elevated. The stood on thing, don't care about so much, but make the other panel work the way it's supposed to work. The togglers. These startable tiles should be raised up. Like this. That helps anything, but we're gonna see. And when it's stepped on, it should go down slightly. I feel like, but so that'll work. So essentially by default, I want, if they're unlit, for them to be raised up. Like this kind of thing. Still just no good indication about that you can start there. It's tough to figure out what I should do. It doesn't look terrible, it's just not it's still not really indicating the thing that it needs to indicate, which is that there's a difference between certain tiles. Like I said, I like the look of them depressing like this. I think that looks cool. I might want to make that slightly less subtle on the difference there between the colors, but if I set, I mean, I could set it to the elevated color, right? But if I set it to the elevated color, which I guess I do anyway, let's see. If it's not lock tiles. That particular tile taller to where it just doesn't go all the way down or something, to where it's like that, where we have a tile that's like twice as high. I don't know. Because it looks cool to make them raise like that and just go all down when you walk on them, but it doesn't actually reflect what the mechanic's doing, so... like realistically what the mechanic's doing is more like this. So even though this doesn't look as cool, I think, in some ways, it's more accurate, so... Other than the colors are getting squashed down here. Realistically, that's what's happening. It's not working here for some reason, which is very strange. I don't know why that is. No, that's because you can start at AM. So, okay, so making the startable one be raised up is fine. My concern has just always been if the whole panel is startable, then is it apparent? So it feels like it should just be raised up and do that little kind of fall slightly thing. So we'll say, like, if it's not a locked tile and if it's unlit, then we'll set the offset to that. If it's lit, then we set the offset to that, so that it will go down somewhat when you press it down. It just still does not look right. I don't know why it being solved also is screwing it up, but that's very strange to me. Checking if it's not solved, if it is solved. And these should all go up to 0.25. Oh, because I don't set the LSCB here. So it should be like that. Should be like that. So I feel like that one should press down slightly when you step on it, which I had earlier here, I think. Yeah, it's basically this. So if it's not a locked tile, set the Z offset to like 0.1 or something. So it like presses down a little bit, but it doesn't actually like press down. Because I'm kind of looking for it to do something like that, where it should be raised up to begin with, which is strange that it's not. Why it's not? Let me just do this, set them to always be like this, unless that's the case. And if that's the case, then we're going to set the color to be the same color as the like the highlight tiles. So it'll sort of go like that. So that for this means that all these will do this. I also feel like the white tiles should be depressed. Like when they're lit, they should be depressed. Maybe not. Maybe it should be the opposite. Maybe they should raise up when they're like lit. So it would be kind of like this. Particularly if it's like solved, they should probably raise up, but it does feel like that's not really working. So if it's lit and you're standing on it, then I should set the color to be the lit color. I feel like. I can see the dog. Shame. Okay. Let's see. So, if the current state is 0, then that, and then else we want that, basically, unless it's solved. solved, I think they all need to go down except for the start one. So it's solved, they need to go down. This is just the only way it's going to look reasonable. Gotta turn off that mouse cursor thing. So that works. That goes down, and then there's this one here. I don't think that should be that dark of a color when I stand on it. Feels like it should be maybe the opposite. That works, except for the fact of here where it doesn't quite work. So it can't be white, it's got to be almost white. Really, it just feels like it should be whatever the thing is plus a offset. Definitely makes me feel like the low ones should be 0. Doesn't really help me here though, because all these are startable is the idea. Whereas the idea here is that the ones that don't depress are not startable, and ones that do are. It's very hard to see right here that those are startable, because they're like on the edge. So why does that feel wrong? Why does that feel wrong? So it feels like when the thing's solved that it should be more like this. And this should be white. I don't know, I'm gonna try that. Oops. Trying some other things, see what they look like. Okay, so those are raised and they shouldn't be. Idea was that like these guys would still be lit up, sort of, even if it's solved. So it's not locked, then we want to do like this, basically. Basically means that if they are locked, I take the color and I subtract a certain amount from it. So this is still tough. I know this is all seems very irrelevant, but to a certain extent, getting this right as best as I can now saves me some headache later. Should be able to look at the thing's color. How do I do that? Set Z offset, LS CB set color. So it's the color blender. It's got a color. Alright. Current color think how to do this. Oh, this is starting to get frustrating. Part of me would like rather be working on something more interesting about the game than just trying to figure out technically how to make these things look. Okay, so essentially, no matter what, we want to set the offset of the thing to 0, unless it's like elevated or unless it's one of those. So I can simplify that somewhat by just doing this. Pretty much no matter what, we want the tiles to be at 0, unless they're elevated, in which case they're 2.5, or they're locked, then they're also at 2.5. If they're locked and they're stood on, then we want to set the offset to where they're down slightly. And they would want to kind of darken them, basically. Could make it to where all the tiles are slightly raised if they've not been pressed. To where they're like this, basically. So that they actually do go down a little bit more when I press them all the way down. So that would look like this, basically. Except that those are start tiles, so they're always raised. So that's not necessarily what I want. Not easy. It's like if I'm thinking, okay, it's start tile, it should be basically offset from what it is by a certain amount. Ugh. It's 1, and that should be 1 as well, I feel like. Fuel. More caffeine always does the body good, as we know. so. Yeah, it has to essentially, if it's a start tile, it has to be lighter, no matter what. I'm going to try, if I have this, I'm going to try doing this, LSCB. Set color, LSCB color. It's public, right? Okay. So I should be able to do color and then like do times 0.9f or something. Needs a semicolon. So we lock tiles that way. So they're like slightly darker if they're locked. Then I also need them to light up when I step on them. Should basically be this here. So they can darken, really, it's fine to do that. So then I can go like this. And then they all darken slightly when I step on them because they want me to do something. This works like this. But I do feel like the start one here should be more raised up than the other ones are. Which is strange that it's not. It may just be because it's lit. So I may be making it to where if it's lit, it's all the way down. Or maybe it's just like not depressing when I step on it, is the thing. So if I stand on it, I'm doing this. So even this, I really need like so that would be like puzzle panel tile, lit tile is equal to this. So then all these would be lit tile from here on into this section. So then I can go lit tile, set Z offset, which should be stored here, tile Z offset. Say that I want it to be lowered or raised based on certain things. to step on it, then I kind of want it to be like a little lower, right? So that makes it slightly darker. I kind of want to set it to like lip tile dot tile the offset times 0.9f. Set it a little darker. And then I would kind of want the offset here to be higher, like this. We're just gonna set it to something crazy, I guess. We'll go 1 and see what that looks like. Everything's getting set to 1. If it's locked, it's being set to 1. That's the problem. I feel like if it's locked, how would I do that? If it's locked, I would kind of want it to be 0, but I want them to raise up if they're elevated, so we just won't worry about that. Elevated, we set that. It's locked. Set it a little darker. I guess we do that basically is what we want. So that it's a little lower if it's locked, and then the other ones are higher until you step on them basically. Which may already be like happening, but not visibly. Gosh, I get a lot of phone calls. It seems like it's happening. It just seems like the offset is like changing so slightly that it's like very, very minor. And really, I need it to go down a lot more. Really needs to be like 0.5. 0. The state of it is 0. Then set that to 0. If it's elevated, we set it to 2.5. Is that right? I want it to be elevated, but maybe I don't. Maybe I shouldn't do multiplication. Maybe I should do like minus a certain amount. So instead of doing this, we go like minus 0.25. We'll do this minus 0.25. So we'll set that or that to be that basically. hard for me to think about. For whatever reason, off the top of my head, it's hard for me to think about what I want all of these things to do, even though it like should be fairly straightforward. It's like hard for me to think about that. I definitely could do that where I put a square on it that's lit up still, but again, the problem there is just with the other ones, it sort of trains me to think I can click on that, and if I can't, then it's really weird. See if we're locked, do that. Step on that, we do this. Rather than do that, we'll do like minus 0.10 or something. So, hold on. Set as the offset there, and I set as the offset here. Doesn't really feel like either of those need to be raised up. It's just the other one. So that feels basically right. So far as what I expect out of these. I need to get rid of that. I don't know why that's even showing up. It is not totally out of the question for me to to put a thing on them like that. Put a outline and just make it invisible unless you're standing on one of those tiles. But that's pretty close to doable for now. If it's locked, let me do this. If it's unlocked, this thing weirds me out. So if it's locked, we lower it is the thing. I see. Okay, so that's the problem. Because then these guys need to be set to 0.5. So they raise up and then go back down. It looks wrong though from what it was before. Like when I had this set. It looked like it acted differently. Maybe not. Maybe it just raised those up and then went back down. That should be 0.25, and then I don't do anything except these. Which need to be up at 0.5, I guess. I guess if they're not locked, then I don't necessarily want to make them lower. I mean, if they are locked... Wait. Excuse me. Let me see what's going on here. It's not terrible. I feel like that's what it should do. I feel like there should be an outline. When you do this, it should come up. As like white. I guess it should be like that. So that seems right. I just need to make it to where the outlines are still there. It's clickable. I set the clickable sprite. It's not clickable. I'm disabling it. Hide lock tiles. Draw requirements. is that? I feel like I've got to be disabling those. I don't really know. I got too many damn things. This all needs to be rewritten. That all works fine with the overlays. I just don't know where. I feel like the outline should show up, but it's just not showing up. So I'm going to see whether there is an outline that I even instantiate or whether it's disabled, because I don't know. Really have no idea. Does anybody know if there's like a hotkey to make one to like maximize a window, like a panel in Unity? Because sometimes that would be nice to have. Okay, so let's look at this. Where is that guy? There's a bunch of these guys that got created. I don't know where these are or why they got created. But there's a bunch of them. Okay. Alright, so let's look at this puzzle panel. Should have a bunch of tiles, and they should have outlines. Their renders are disabled. That's literally the only thing going on. So why don't I just put the broken outline on there? That seems fine. It looks fine. I just don't know why it's disabling it. I don't have anything here. Setting that inactive. So it has to be with all this stuff. Here we go, that's what it. If I disable that, then they should all have the the overlays still. And I should be able to have an overlay come up when you stand on it, and when you don't stand on it, it should be able to fade out. So that would work like this. that to be just 0 like that. But then if it's the player standing on it, I don't want to fade it in. Which could work even if it is the same, like, same thing. But yeah, that's essentially what I was thinking. Maybe not nearly that bright, but because then you could click on it and it would be fine if, as the player, you decided, I'm gonna see what happens if I click on that. Like, that would be fine. What if I set that to 1.0? Because I forgot that it wasn't. I don't remember exactly how I did this. It's tolerable. I feel like these maybe should be 0.85 or something instead, though. But yeah, let's say I make that. I'd have to make that. I guess that's probably why I did it, is like 0.85, 0.85 on that, and then 0.1. That's probably why I did it, like, not totally white, so that if I wanted to, I could have something come up. Blending looks really weird on these. Feels like it should just be like enabling it. Feels like it should do that instead. Or it should be like much quicker. Oops, 0.8 is what I want. Doodly-doo. I guess I should probably tweet that I'm still streaming, in case anybody wants to come join. Oh gosh. So that feels like I need. God, why do I get so many calls? Hold on. Might be able to look at this thing. No, I can't. I don't have the password. Okay. So, the thing I need to look at is whether or not this guy fits on here. It definitely does fit on here. It just doesn't fit very comfortably in any spot. Like, it's always going to look kind of offset and weird. So, if I'm saying that I'm putting like this on here, that's fine, but then the symbol is going to look weird. So what I really need to do is not make the symbol look different, but make the tile look a little different, I guess. Let's see what that looks like. No, that definitely offsets it. too terrible. Thought it would look worse than it does with the double grids, but it actually looks okay. Still feels like, generally speaking, it should be lighter than the base color. So I probably need to take that and make it an offset thing here. So instead of being the other one, it should be like lscb.color times 1.10f or something like that, so that it's just a little brighter than the other color. I need to fix my script reloading too. So that looks fine, I think. I just need this to be a little bit brighter. And color times 0.9, I don't know if it's actually a good idea, because I guess it would probably set the transparency as well. I don't know though. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try 0.1 on it and see if it makes it more transparent. But yeah, when this reloads, it's gonna just like kill all the panels. So I need to figure out how to have it rebuild all the panels properly on a reload. No, it seems like it doesn't. It seems like it doesn't actually component-wise multiply the alpha, which is good, because I actually don't want to do that. So make that like 1.5 maybe. So that lights up pretty bright. What about for these guys? These guys is much more mild. So, I also think I'm going to set that to be the broken outline, just for this sake. I gotta find that again now. Should be this. Sprite. Wait. Wait. Block tiles, else we want to instantiate the overlay. As one of these guys. So now that needs to be like snake tile sprite instead of. I wish I could set that up in a better way. I suppose you can on the thing here. I could set it up, but it doesn't seem to actually propagate to all the prefabs, so I kind of just leave it. I'm monitoring the chat. Okay, Maxwell Perlman showed up. So hello, Maxwell Perlman. Shit. This keeps going off into other things. Is there like some way I can like loop something? I don't know. Because it keeps going off into other soundtracks that I'm not wanting to listen to. That's fine. Yeah, we'll listen to the Firewatch soundtrack. That sounds fine. But yeah, you know, it's like it keeps changing, and so my music thing here is wrong. I guess I can turn off autoplay on the thing, but I'm actually not sure how to do that. Oh, here we go. That way it'll just stop. So I'd rather be like listening to nothing than say I'm listening to something I'm not listening to. But anyway, hello, Maxwell Perlman. Ugh. We are in the process of trying to figure things out. This should be point. And pixels per unit should be 16. I also need to change to where I'm not using that, and instead I'm using that. So this should give me an error. Hopefully it'll give me an error. So there should be no... Okay, well, I I guess it will just let me use an uninitialized variable here. I don't know why. Okay, it's setting it to snake tile sprite there. So why is snake tile sprite not set? Oh, because it didn't set it. Because it didn't exist yet. Alright. How's dev been going? It's going pretty good, actually. I'm kind of just putting aside my fears and doubts and all this and just doing it because I really don't have... There's no way for me to know whether or not I'm doing the right thing exactly, so I just kind of have to go and see where I end up. If I end up somewhere bad, then so be it. That seems doable to me. It seems reasonable. And then I can just make it to where these guys don't respond to clicks. And that would be basically all I need to do for the snake panels, other than move them onto the floor, all of them, to where they're actually accessible. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. A lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. In terms of this code. It is a mess. I don't know whether the music is even audible on the stream, so somebody tell me whether it is or isn't. Because it may not be. Yeah, doubts are like the big thing that gets to me too, because I'll sit around and I'll just be like, oh my god, I don't know where to go. Because the thing with this has been that I've just been stuck forever on this interface redesign where I wanted to move to where you had a direct interface and were toggling tiles like this, more or less. But then I'm like, I don't necessarily want you to always have to walk on panels, so I decided to implement a point and click interface. But then the problem is then when you see these squares, like this square outline shape, it looked like you should be able to click that. And so it was kind of like when you saw these, it's like, why can't I click those? Which of course, you know, now you can, but before they looked basically the same as this, right? And so it was like, I don't know why I can't click this, but I can click this. So I needed to differentiate between the two visually so that it was like apparent that this was a different thing. So now I've succeeded in doing that, and so that's good, because these are clearly like a different type of thing. Like you wouldn't necessarily expect to be able to click on them because they don't really have the same symbology that these things do. So that looks good, I think. Faint but not silent, okay. As long as the music's fine and audible. You know what your big thing is? Keep redoing it from scratch indefinitely. I don't think that's actually a bad thing to me. I don't think redoing it from scratch is always bad. Because that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? But I think it is better to not throw everything out. It's just better to kind of think, okay, let me think of a good way to put it. If you're not certain about, like, the direction, like a major thing, like how you're interacting with all the puzzles in the game, then it's probably good to think about that, even if it means kind of tearing up a lot of stuff and rebuilding the game. This should probably set the outline to be white and just highlight the center part, but anyway, I need to set these to where they work differently, to where this is like with a click or something. It's really just one thing now that I think about it. So right now I'm doing it with this stood on, like is stood on thing, and toggling. And so I basically just need to add in a thing that's like, gosh, because in the player I do this. Let's see. Puzzle tiles. The puzzle tiles are associated with each other in that there's just a panel. Like there's a panel object, and all the tiles get generated at runtime, basically. I would kind of rather the tiles get generated not at runtime, so that they're in the editor, and I can just kind of have a what you see is what you get type thing, but I haven't done that yet. So all the tiles get essentially shoved in a list inside of the panel object. So you've got a list of all the different tiles, and they just have different states. Like you see I hit 1 there, that lights up the tile. So they just have a binary state essentially about whether they're lit up or not. So that's just an array. It really doesn't need to be an integer array, but for some reason I did it that way. So there's an array for like what's the solution state, and there's an array for the current state. The solution state is not always an exact state depending on what it is. If it's like 1 or 0, if like the solution for that particular thing isn't, that's why I did it as an integer, just so I could compare, just so I could go equals equals rather than doing anything. But if it's 1 or 0 in the solution state, then it's like an exact solution, which I have an actual thing for building those down here in the custom controls. So like for example, if I'm just go in here and set these, then that means like this is the exact state it needs it to be in to be solved, right? So I could go and change that for that panel to where like I need to draw a line across it horizontally, and that would, oops, excuse me, that would solve it right at that point. I'm gonna have to like sit here and listen to this call. Like they keep, it's just the electric company. They keep calling me because I need to put money in the account, but I know that I need to put money in the account. I wish they would stop calling me about it. How do I put a 2D array? It's just a custom inspector control that I generated. It actually isn't a 2D array. It's a one-dimensional array that I store a width and a height for, because Unity unfortunately doesn't seem to be able to serialize two-dimensional arrays. Let me see if I can find the code for the editor. It is somewhere here. Where is that? Panel style. It's somewhere in here. Sprites, sounds, resources. Where do I put that thing? Must be under editor. Okay, yeah. Yeah, puzzle panel editor. So it's just a thing here where I just where is it? For X, use int, panel solution, int field. Yeah, so I just have, basically it just generates a custom thing. Yeah, I just gave up on the two-dimensional array serialization and just serialized one-dimensional arrays. It's annoying. I don't like it. I wish that I could have the syntax of the programming language. Excuse me. I wish I could have the syntax of the programming language for two-dimensional arrays help me out, but instead I just do x times width whatever for everything, which is annoying, but I have to do that. So what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was just explaining how the panels work. So the panel just generates a bunch of tiles, and each tile has like different components to it. So in the case of these, they have like a block that they're on, and then they have like a thing that's on top of the block, and then they have these little symbols. The symbols also get generated as part of that process. It would, like I said, it would be nice if I could regenerate it, and I probably could. I'm just actually not sure where to begin with that, because if I can regenerate it, then I can make it to where I can reload my scripts. And these guys, I think, actually still have the blocks, but I kind of don't want them to. I would kind of like them to just not have blocks. And just be on whatever background they're on, basically. Which, unfortunately, is somewhat hard to do because all these things get staticked to speed up the rendering. So I can't move shit around at runtime, but yeah, I don't necessarily want those to be always on black. So, but yeah, that's basically how I do it. Is I can just set up lock tiles or a solution state for the panel, right? I think that needs to get adjusted in terms of the color of the middle part. It should be the same as these outlines, I think. Not sure why it isn't. Okay. I don't need Photoshop anymore. And that's fine, and that's fine, and that should be fine, and that's fine. None of those are what we went with. We basically went with something like this, but not quite. I went with just making it be like this. Well, really, I did like this, I think. Maybe I just did dark. I don't remember. I already forgot what I did. Yeah, I just did darker, and then like darker, darker. So that it's like that and that. That's probably fine. Could do like that though, or if I wanted, or like that, I guess if I wanted. I don't know why I didn't do that, but it's fine. Okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna make it to where the you couldn't click the tiles. So that means going into player, which handles the clicking thing, and setting this to where it's not exactly that way. So we got, see, this is the mouse stuff, and then I'm sending it a message, which is toggle tile. And I'm sending a message which is stood on, so it should be is moused on, and I don't really want toggle tile. I don't know, let me see here. So then we got is stood on, and we got is moused on. And so is stood on. This basically is going to be same thing, but I'm gonna go if attached panel dot is snake panel. I think I have that. Or really, if it's not the snake panel, then we step on it. So I should really probably just do it this way. And this should be like if is stood on, I feel like. We'll see what that does. Got a baseline that should implement the functionality to where I can't click the panel. Yeah, okay, so now I can't click those, but I can click these. So that feels pretty good. And that's that. I'm actually surprised that that did the thing that it just did. Because I was like, it's actually nice. I did not expect it to go ahead and actually do that, because I thought it might be okay to let you actually click the tile that you're on. But then that means it shouldn't be the broken outline. It means that it should be a solid outline. So I'm going to change that back to a solid outline just because why not? It fits the motif, because that's kind of what I thought. I was like, well, it could be a full outline. There's really no reason to use the broken outline unless I'm going to specifically force you to not be able to click it, which I'm kind of trying to go from a standpoint of if it looks like you can click on it, you should be able to click on it. Like I said, I gotta clean all this up. I'm just not sure what to do with it yet, because there's like a million things here and I don't really know
exactly what the best way of doing it is.
It's basically that I want. Just instantiate an outline overlay. If it's locked, we're never going to see it, so it really doesn't matter. Because then I could actually make it light up when you moused over it too. You can't click it unless you're standing on it. It's probably unnecessary, but interesting. So I think mechanics-wise, there's only one more thing that I need to fix, and then the game will be pretty much fully playable right now. Other than I'll have to rebuild areas to where you physically can actually access puzzles and stuff, because some of them you won't be able to access. The thing I need to fix is these guys. These guys need to get fixed. And I'm not sure why they don't work. Actually. Let's see, I got puzzle panel tile collide here. Which has got a puzzle panel tile, so you'd think it would work. Color override working. That has to get fixed. So why are they not working is the thing that I'm wondering. Let me clear this. Because it's not... There's nothing to do with this. So it must simply be the raycast. Is it the raycast? No, it's not that. It's just that these guys aren't responding to it for some reason. Actually, not sure why that is. As far as I know, puzzle panel tile and puzzle panel tile collide should be the same. Okay, because one's on puzzle starts layer. if I set this on puzzle starts, then it would work. So basically I just need to make something that generates the colliders. Okay. You're wondering where the title Taiji comes into it. Well, you said no spoilers. I don't know that it's spoilers to say that. I mean, really, if you're watching the stream, then you're getting stuff spoiled. Like, this is what I just showed you there is a pretty big spoiler. So, it's a spoiler enough that I didn't put it in the blog, but I knew I was going to have to work on it. So I was like, well, if you come out and see it on the stream, then whatever. Orange juice. It's what the body craves. Ugh. But, sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm always torn on whether to be secretive. Ooh, it's mysterious about the game. Or just be open about why I named the game what I named it or whatever. Because, maybe it's more interesting for... I guess the reason to not talk about it so much is maybe it's more interesting for you to draw your own conclusion of why the game's called that than it is for me to just tell you why I called it that. Let's see, what did I need to do? Just forgot what I was doing. Just forgot what I was doing. Does anybody remember what I was doing? Oh, I was fixing these colliders. Okay. So, yeah, I don't need the collider prefab. I mean, I need a collider prefab, but I actually don't really need anything else. So what I need is to look in here and start cleaning up this code for one thing. I have this concept of clickable versus not clickable. I don't necessarily need that. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like the mystery. Since I'm trying to make a game that's sort of mysterious and has a lot of stuff hidden in it, it's maybe better to not talk too much about it. I talked a little bit on the blog about it, right? But I kind of said, well, spoilers. But it was also a private devlog at the time that I wrote that, and I just didn't want to delete it, but I didn't know what to do because I didn't necessarily want to make some of that stuff public because I don't know exactly how it's going to turn out. It's like I have a lot of ideas for things that I want to be in the game but aren't in the game yet, so if I sit around talking about all these ideas, then they're maybe not gonna end up in the game, so it's kind of pointless to talk about them. Okay, so looks like this is all this is, right? So as I go through the whole panel, I see if it's a lock tile,
instantiate a locked tile type. So it looks like really I only need this for the outline. It looks like I need that. But otherwise I don't need that. And then if it's a snake, then we need to set it to snake tile sprite. And then we instantiate a block if it's a snake. And we set the parent to this. We're going to draw the requirements. We instantiate those things. What is... Okay. Draw requirement, and we don't use ints, then we just basically create one overlay. Actually not sure why this is even here, or if it ever even reaches here. So that's like if we're not drawing requirements, if we're drawing requirements and it doesn't use an integer, then we do this. But if it does use an integer, we do this. But this should work for not using an integer as well. Like, it should be the same. I'm actually not sure why I have this here. Other than maybe I need it for something. Yep. Exploring weird personal crap. It's the definition of my game design, is exploring weird personal crap. So, alright. Hold on. Yeah, that looks fine. Except, like I said, I need to... need those to be like solid blocks. So like, I should be able to still click them though, which means my the way that's set up shouldn't be that exactly. Let's see, how does this work? How does this all work? If I want to play a thought, you can send it. You mean, do I want to play your game that you're working on? If you want me to look at your game, I'll look at it. Let's see. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, snake. Freeform tile. It's solved. Okay, so we have this is collidable, and then I'm doing get component box collider, get component sprite render enabled. Okay, so what I need is collidal. We set that to true. We set the box collider to true as well. But it's not on the collider label. Passing thought into. Sure, if you want to send me whatever you're working on, then that's cool. Yeah, that looks fine. That's pretty much what I wanted. These can't be stood on, I think. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. So these need, really, if they're collidable, no matter what, they need to be solid, unless it's solved. It's sort of the idea. Let's see. So rather than having these lit squares here for that, I feel like I should have another thing. Let's see, where is lit squares? Okay, rather than being that, it should be like solid tiles or something, and then we instantiate one of those if it's collidable, basically. So we go if is collidable, then we go solid tiles xy equals instantiate solid tile prefab, and then all this. Sent PM it on Twitter. Made an hour. Okay. Do you want me to look at it on the stream, or do you want me to look at it later? Because that's up to you, whatever you want me to do. Okay, so solid tile prefab is not a thing that I have. Solid tile prefab, and the solid tile prefab is basically this, but not this, because it shouldn't have a sprite or anything. So I'm going to how do I do this? Do I copy and paste? No. Puzzle panel tile collide, puzzle panel tile locked. Let's see. Set that to Z of 0. It actually does need a sprite renderer now that I think about it. Actually, what it needs to be is none of these things. It needs to be a collision rect, essentially. At least for now, that should be fine. Then later it will be its own thing a bit more with texture. So That's basically it. Just remove this. It's got a box thing. Oh, wait. Weird. Contract. Puzzle panel solid top. So that's puzzle panel solid tile. We'll remove this component. Put it 0, 0, 0. And then I should be able to drag it in here as another thing. So we got puzzle panel solid tile. I think I'd rather it be puzzle panel tile solid. Let me have a different name here versus the one over there. That's really weird. Okay, so then we go to the puzzle panel and add as one of the prefabs here. It should be solid puzzle panel tile solid. Excuse me. So theoretically, those should get instantiated in the right spot. They might not, but theoretically they should. Doesn't look like they quite did. And I think the problem is that these guys have this set. Yeah, whereas that needs to be the regular puzzle panel tile. So that's not how these guys are going to work anymore. We're just going to have the regular puzzle panel tile. And then, can I do multi? No, I can't. Tile. I also feel like I need to have a global sound manager that can play all the sounds in the game rather than having audio sources on every single puzzle panel. Like, it just, I don't know. I don't really like that. It's ugly to me. I have got several of these panels here. So theoretically, that should all work now, other than I think there might be some down here that I used it on. But we'll look at that in a second. Stream it if you like. It's not fun. Okay. Okay, this is still not working. Why is that? There's a null reference set. Panel 535 as a null reference. I'm not sure what the null reference is to. Color blender. I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay, so that is this guy. So what's wrong here? What's the null reference? It's collidable, current active, stood on, is clickable. These are all requirements. I don't really see why it would have a null reference. Like, I understand that it says that it does here, but I don't know why. I don't know what it's doing. It's weirding me out, is what it's doing. I think it's like set active. That's actually what I'm looking for. Anyway, I will look at that in a minute. I'm just trying to kind of fix this if possible. I just don't know what it's doing. He's getting these weird null references, and I don't understand why. I took this guy, for example, dragged him over here, and then went in and set this to where it is collidable. It should theoretically work, but for some reason it's not working, and that's weird. That's very weird. There's something with is collidable that's doing something weird. Okay, it's still not working. I don't really understand why. Because it should have instantiated solid. It should instantiate some prefabs. If it doesn't, then something weird is going on. Okay, so here's this guy. Should have puzzle panel tile solid. It's instantiated a bunch of them. They're not parented. They should be parented. That needs to happen. must need to set up lit squares. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like... Hold on. Where's lit squares? I do have to set these things up. So this needs to be a solid tiles. I also need to change the name of this to where it's like lit tiles or something. Or something that's got a better name. So I bet that was it. I bet it was just because those weren't instantiated properly. Okay. So that works. Now you could argue whether it's visually easy to tell what the hell is going on. It might be fair to say that it isn't easy to tell, but... So it's arguable that I should set those to be very, very, very faint on these. But that's just a minor polish feature. The functionality appears to be there, which means that at this point, I believe everything in the game is actually playable. Like you can do all the puzzles. Yeah, so these guys, they're gonna have to get set up to where you can only start here, though. Now these actually wouldn't, they can start out like this. They can start out off, it really doesn't matter. But yeah, these guys need to get a bit of a different looking motif than what they have going on visually. I'm not sure what's happening with those guys. Basically on these ones, what I want to have happen is I would want the it to either be the wall color or darker. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to adjust what those look visually, but spoilers. Anyway, so the game's playable other than the fact that I need to move the panels that you have to walk on to where you can walk on all of them. So that's cool. That's good. So I'm going to take a quick break. See, we're not listening to music. I didn't notice. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll listen to the Abzu soundtrack. And I'm going to take a quick break. Okay. Oh, it looks like the top of the screen is cut off on stream. That's interesting. I've never noticed. Doesn't really matter. It's not like you need to see the top of the screen, but so I'd say I did that. I think that's good. That on done. Those still need to be done. Programming wise, what do we have to do? Okay. We're still on this. Okay, that's been fixed. That's been fixed. So as far as I know, that's everything with those. Is there something else that I needed? I kind of need to, like, it's not really a, let's see, it's more art, but we'll put it under design. Maybe it goes under art. Yeah, we'll say better, let's see, clearer visuals for solid wall puzzles. Some things about, oh geez, I don't have labels across things. That's kind of annoying. It's important, but so that needs to be done. What else do I need to do? Say it's pretty good. Okay, so this is done downloading. And we'll look at this. Oops. Well, I guess we're gonna re-listen to part of that or something. So let's take a look at Maxwell Perlman's game. I have not been looking at the chat again. Micro breakdancing music. Okay. So I think you said it was WASD and mouse to move. Excuse me. We'll see what this is. Oh, it's all like Pro Builder texture. I guess I can run. It's a very long hallway. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna get there. Sort of reminds me of a thing that I made. Oh, I'm getting closer. What is it? What is it? Oh, that was great. I want out. I want out. Oh, God. I want out. Oh, was I supposed to walk? Because you let me run. It's Ayn Rand. I didn't recognize Ayn Rand. So I guess I was supposed to walk. Oh, you let me run. It's a big fail. Oh my God. This music is definitely not lovely. This is a very long hallway, though. The way I would have done it is I would have just had you, like, not move. You just go down the hallway for a long time, and you're not moving. And then you, like, turn back around. And there's, you're right back where you started. Oh, I see. I see. Hey, I had that idea too, Mangy Eye. It's in my game ideas list. I might make a game like that someday. I think it would be more of a reveal than it is in perspective. It's definitely absurd. I feel as though, like, something terrible is going to happen. How fast do I move sideways? If I look at this wall, it feels like I'm not moving, except for the color. There you are again. Oh, this has like a FOV adjust, doesn't it? On the run. Alright. Up, up, up. Okay. Art. That's art. Yeah, I made a game kind of like that. You can download it from my blog. Can download it here if you wanna. It's called Experiment Number 89. Yep. Yep, I made that. It's kind of similar, this thing I made. Obviously Ayn Rand should talk to you at the end of the hallway in a made up Ayn Rand voice that you made up. Let's listen to this soundtrack. Why not? No, ads. I don't have an ad block on this thing. You don't have to look at that. It's not going to happen. Okay, so, like I said, the game's playable at this point. I just need to clean up the level design and such to where everything's doable. I need to, as far as I know, I just need to delete all the puzzle starts. I shouldn't need puzzle starts anymore. It might be good to keep them around, though, because some of these I may not actually have thought too much about where they need to start.
Oh dear. Oh my. Anyway, so that makes those doable. These are doable by clicking. Obviously, that will all be better later, but it was interesting. I'm not sure if enjoyment was the point, but it was interesting. Let's see. Some of these puzzles don't really work as well when I have the walking type thing mechanic. Because kind of the point of these panels was that you didn't know that you could walk on the panels. 11221000. This needs to draw the requirements as well. I don't know if I have like hide optional tiles. I don't really, which is kind of what I would want to have. But yeah, so then that puts these in here like this. These guys are going to need to have something around the edge so they can kind of work properly, but so yeah, so then there's sort of those and these. Again, all this stuff is very subject to change, but yeah, those have got to work differently and be disabled, essentially. Needs be disabled. And then that kind of just works like that. Because used to, the way it worked is you had this one, and they'd start you at points that weren't viable. So again, those puzzles are kind of, even though that was cool in a way, those puzzles are not actually maybe necessary, and that'll be redesigned in some way. But optional tiles need to get redesigned to where they work properly. These still work because they're all clickable tiles. There's something a bit odd about them though. So I'm trying to make this start tile bigger, but I'm not sure exactly why they look this strange. It's the start highlight. I still gotta disable that start highlight. Start highlights need to all get turned off because there's a million of those getting generated, and those don't matter. Those were when you stood here, it would make a highlight basically of the tile there, like that tile would light up when you stood here because that's where you're going to start. Whereas now there's like no concept of that for these particular panels. So okay. I will see you around, Max Perlman. I will probably get off of here pretty soon. Anyway, I'm just going to try to go ahead and get this to where it's in a playable state.
I'm pretty sure the only puzzles that are not going to be startable are going to be off in this area. Like this one, you need to be able to get to here and start the panel. So that's really just a matter of removing a wall. Those are fine. Those are all fine. Those are togglers. These ones you need to be able to start. Okay, so it's really just that area that needs to get cleaned up to where it is playable. So here I need to get rid of the wall. And then, like I said, these are worth looking at just to see what my start points were if they were different. All this start point stuff here is going to be able to be thrown out at a certain point because I'm not going to do it. So it's all locked except for that tile, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. 1, 2. So that should be right. John's always streaming. He's streaming all the time now. He's crazy. He's crazy about streaming. He's stream crazy. So I think those are the only walk ones there. The rest are all toggle ones. Toggle, 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 walk, 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 toggles. Okay, that's all very good. So that's fine. Those are all togglers. So these all need to be basically set up like this to where you can walk in and out. Set them to where they're all locked except for that bottom middle tile because they all start there. So these are all locked except for that. Locked except for that. Locked except for that. Locked except for that. You can only start there on all of these. I think these are not snake panels. I think these are all freeforms. So this is a snake panel? No. This is a snake panel? No. These are snake panels. Where do they start? They're supposed to start at 0, 0 on this one. Or no, you could... I think you could walk on these. Yeah, you could walk on these, so you could start anywhere. Anywhere you want to on those. This one has got these as locked tiles, though they're also optional tiles. That needs to be set up to where I can hide optional tiles, not hide locked tiles, because I don't really need that. Okay, so these all should work now. Those need to not be black, though. That's strange that those are black. I never realized that they turned black. I didn't think they did before. Anyway, so yeah, so that works like that. So you can go in here and then step on that and start there. But you can click that, so it doesn't violate the rules. Yeah, I didn't really realize that they turned black, because they shouldn't turn black. Shouldn't turn black. Oh, I know why I didn't realize they turned black, because I didn't want to spoil them puzzle solutions. So we're gonna not spoil them puzzle solutions and see what these look like. Okay, yeah, so they can't be black. They need to be almost black, but not black. So it's go back and fix that, because that won't take long. That's just in my color setting here, where I'm setting the colors. Here I set it to black, and it should be like almost black. So let's see what that looks like. It's not quite dark enough. Spoilers. So we will set it to 0.1. So it's pretty close to black, but not totally. Let's see. Let's look at another one here. Oh, there's still a left-right like ambiguity sometimes between the tiles. I wonder why that is. That's just because it starts me right at a specific position where that's the case. Let's see, what was the solution here? Can't toggle that, can I? Oh, I guess I can. The solution here was not that. It's not that either. Yeah, that's probably fine. You can still see it, but I think I'll make it a little bit brighter. Like 125. So I'm gonna have to adjust all these colors later to where you can tint them and whatever. In case I wanted to do different color panels. But yeah, that's fine. It looks solved versus the other ones, but it's still legible as different tiles. Still wonder, like, so I start at 0, 0, which I guess is where I start. It seemed like it wanted to pop back and forth, just depending on which frame it's on, which is kind of annoying. I don't know why that is. Look at player and see. Player's not at 0, 0, they're at 8.5. So the question is, how do I make it always return 1 at that point versus the other? It's not likely to happen, but it can still happen. I need to set these guys up to where they don't transition like that when they come into view, to where they like instantaneously transition at that point.
like how much darker it makes the ones that are not raised up is a bit aggressive. What is going on? Oh, it's because I have a filter. I have a filter searched. Yeah, that's a little better. Was it that tile that I started on in the old build? I don't know that it was. It would be nice if I could see the cursor position. So it's 5-2. This should be, it's from 0, I believe. Yeah, so 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 0, 1, 2. So that was where I started. Anyway. I think I am probably going to call it here. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. Most of that's been fairly productive. We slashed a major thing off of the task list, which was getting the game back to a playable state. I'd like to add some more things to the list. One of those things is these guys need to get cleaned up so they don't look like this, so they look a little different. Because they work differently. There's a bug that I need to fix with the toggling, where sometimes it doesn't work right, and sometimes it does work right. So why is... Oh, that's weird. Must only do it when it solves it? That's very strange. Okay, so there is a bug there that needs to get fixed. Let me look into that right now, because that's kind of a major bug. Because I want to call it on the solid tiles thing. Because it should just set it in this, but for some reason it's not. Okay, I just need to always set this. Like, this needs to always happen. If it's not solved, then we do that. And if it is solved, if it's collidable, we set it. And that should work. Actually, I'll just do this because this is easier. Because then I can just pull this into not solved, and it makes more sense. Okay. So I should solve that bug, and then I won't have to add it to a task list, and then we'll be... Yeah, okay. Because that should be solid. Now, the question is I have to solve this, like, to where you can't toggle it when you're standing on it. It should do something. So Unless I want to use that as some kind of secret way for you to like get to an area you're not supposed to get to, but I think generally speaking it's going to be if you're standing on it, you can't toggle anything. So I will add that to the task list. But first, I'd like to thank anybody who's still hanging around the chat, and everybody who showed up for showing up and hanging out with me while I get some work done on the scene. Taiji, there is a devlog for this. taijigame.wordpress.com, I think. Yes. Okay. So I have a devlog for this. You can read about the game here. I would suggest following that. I haven't added it to the Twitch page yet, but I'm going to post that link in the chat. I think there's some way to like follow blogs on here. But if not, just bookmark it or whatever. And obviously, you can follow me on Twitter and keep up with me and the game there. Thanks for coming out and joining me, and I hope you have a good afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you are in the world. Have a good one. I'll see you around.